I think it's starting. Just go to check. Yep. Alright, we are live. This is for people who, like, watch this after it's, like, uploaded after the live stream is done. But, alright, folks. Sic Parvis Magna. My name is Silver Moon. My name is Silver Moon, and welcome to the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. This is a game in the Ace Attorney series, obviously, that takes place in... When does it take place again? Let me read the description. Or look at the description. Set in the late 19th century Japan and England. And we will be playing as Phoenix Wright's ancestor. Hopefully I'm pronouncing this right. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. And I have been waiting for this game technically years, because it was first released in Japan as a Japan exclusive. But now it's been released, it's been brought to America and other countries for the PlayStation, Nintendo Switch, and I think the Xbox and PC as well. So, let's just say I was really, really excited to hear that it was coming to the PlayStation, because I've been wanting a new Ace Attorney game for so long so that I could record it or like live stream it. And a couple of the people who watch my live streams gave me the idea to live stream it. So here we are. And I'm just waiting for some people to join before I start. So let's take a look at the special content so that there's something going on.
Objection! Hold it!
Where's his take that? Does he not have a take that?
Objection!
Hold it! Objection!
Objection! Objection!
Oh, there's the prosecutor.
Objection! I'm sure everyone knows by now who it is. Your testimony completely contradicts the facts. Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes, there's a clear inconsistency here. The defense demands its right to a cross-examination. I will become a lawyer. I have to.
I don't know if I'm going to try to do that voice while I'm playing this, I'm going to be honest. Because to be completely honest, I'm pretty sure I'd mess it up. Oh yeah, this game contains a lot of flashing lights. So that's something you'll want to keep an eye on. Anyone who has epilepsy or is sensitive to light, probably don't watch this in a dark room, or like with the lights off. That's my advice. How close is it? Basically, as soon as it turns 7, I'm going. Because I've been waiting so freaking long for this. I love this theme. It's great. It's gonna be so cool to, like, play a new Ace Attorney game as well. It's been a while since I've played a Ace Attorney game that I haven't played before. Especially for the channel. Like, by the time this is actually the first one. that I haven't played before. All of the other ones that I either recorded or live streamed, I think I only recorded them, I'd played a couple times before. So I'm actually going to be figuring this out for the first time as I'm playing it. So that's fun. It's 7 o'clock, but I also don't want to leave anyone behind, you know? Come on, people join. Oh, right, I should probably... There's a couple places that I want to promote this. I love this! This is so good! Okay, it's 7 o'clock. I'm starting. Let's go. Okay, so this one is the Great Ace Attorney Adventures. This is the first one. There's 2 games in this. Each of them have 5 cases, and we are going to be starting with... Oh, it's just going to start. Okay.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation.
These games also take place in an alternative history,
land, making life in the
which is really cool.
Exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide.
Oh, shit. Is that us?
But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary
It's us.
story.
God damn it. The very first case we're gonna have to defend ourselves. Off the bat. Like, I think they mentioned it in one of their promotions, but I didn't realize it was gonna be from the start of Episode 1. The Adventure of the Great Departure. Departure from this mortal coil? 22nd November, 8:43 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants, Antechamber 5. Damn. Still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How could that just be on the doors to this quiet little chamber? It's the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate. Oh, hello. What? Oh! No, nothing. Save your glares, murderer. Sorry. Except we didn't actually kill him, dickhead. My name is Ryonosuke Naruhodo. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough. He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes. And until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryonosuke? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, No, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Ah. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not. You have to believe me. I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryonosuke. If I'm mispronouncing that, please tell me. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend, also in his second year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive, considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old. Here in Japan, anyway. My qualifications don't mean much. Yet. She said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. It's an update for Instagram? Why? Congratulations, Kazuma. Looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know. I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. Really happy for you, and proud, as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. I want to bring about a change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. Wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better get going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. And then as soon as he left, the professor came in and we were framed for murder. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Asogi, may I have a word? I know her. She was in the trailers. Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. Never mind that for now, Asogi. Asogi? Asogi? Asogi. You should go immediately to the judge's chambers. Where is my comment section? I have to use my phone today to look at the comments. I can't actually figure out where they are, though. That's the description. Someone just joined the live stream. Hello? You should immediately go to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers. Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see. I'll go at once, then. I shall accompany you. Who is that? Like, what is her... Does she have a job? Like, what is her deal? Is she here? Alright then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Okay, well, I might not actually be able to see my chat today. That's not good. Good. Okay. Yes. Thanks, Kazuma. Welcome, welcome. Do say hi if you were able to. I might not be able to read your full comments today, because my phone won't show me the comment section, which is lovely. Do I have to have, like, the YouTube app? Maybe I'll be able to... Hello! Hello, Nick, and hello, Boot. How are you two doing? This is awkward. So we've been framed for murder. 4 people! Wow! Hello! If I may. Yes, sorry? You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. Nice! How's Ohio? My name is Yujin. And that's good to hear, Boot. My name is Yujin Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Ah, Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Is it true what I've heard about Ohio, that it's a barren wasteland with like 5 cities? Asogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, he should fail to defend you in today's trial. I'm afraid that permission will be revoked, and never granted again. What? As I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. It's full of twisty roads. Twisty roads are the worst. Give me a straight path for hours any day. But a super windy road? No. Ugh. Hate that. I didn't do it. I swear it. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. It never is, Mikotoba. Oh, I mentioned this earlier, but nobody was really in the stream yet. But we are playing as Phoenix Wright's ancestor during the first days of the court system in Japan and England. So this is a really new, like Mikotoba mentioned, I think it was him, that the idea of defense attorneys is very new to Japan at this time. See, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Yeah, that's a smart idea. Right. So, as soon as the trial starts, The judge will pose a certain question to the defense. A few ideas what it's called that. Is it a really high hill? When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do. But what will the question be? Surely not. Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant! Ah, it's a mountain. So yeah, very high hill. Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. Here goes nothing, I guess. It would seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Also, this is the first time this game has been localized to the United States. I've never seen this game before. I've never seen gameplay other than like the trailers. I've never played it. This is the first time I am experiencing this. And it came out today. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Oh, we're going to defend ourselves. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? That's a thing. Get moving. There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. Yeah, we've been framed for murder, if I mentioned that before. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. What's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence. The trial that would decide my destiny. Okay, I got the chat to work, so I can now see the full messages that you guys sent me. 22nd of November, 9 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2. We're the guy on the right. Look how nervous we are. So this is a courtroom. Oh, hell yeah. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. Powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial. Of course. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. Yeah, me too. The first court case you're ever put in, and you're the defendant? For murder, no less? When defense attorneys are a new thing, I would be absolutely... I don't know, I would be panicking. I gotta get a drink of water. What? But why? It'll become clear in time. But for now, you need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. Oh my god, Payne's ancestor? Are you joking? Okay, so there's a guy named Payne, who is almost always the first prosecutor you come across, and he is the worst. You go up against him and his brother in the Ace Attorney games, and apparently we're going up against his ancestor now, too. And when I say the worst, I mean, like, he's terrible at his job. He's the worst prosecutor I've ever seen in my life. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Oh, his name is Aoshi. Is that how you pronounce that? I don't know, but it sounds funny that way, so I'm probably going to pronounce it that way. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. As is the defense. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedures for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. The judge? Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? So this is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. Glasses? Oh, yeah, he kinda does, doesn't he? But then, if I say I do... I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Answer I do. We got this. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for his defendants. What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be what? Oh, here we go. What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikotoba told me everything. Just now, before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. Means you don't have faith in me. That's not true. You think I won't be able to get you off. No, it's not that, really. It's just that, well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel. Which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well, well. He's even doing the same movements. Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel? Really?
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed. That is a fancy gavel. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. I'm doing this voice for the judge, because that's the voice I gave him in the Ace Attorney games. And I want to have as many parallels as possible, because that's kind of what this game is. This was basically, at least I think this game was meant to sort of iron out how transitioning Ace Attorney from a 2-dimensional to a 3D style would go. Because this came out before Dual Destinies, I think. So they were like still kind of toying with the idea, and then with Phoenix Wright with Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney, they further messed with it, because I think it went that game, this one, and then Dual Destinies. But I could be wrong on that. Anyway, do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Does the judge have alcohol on his right? Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. I think that's water? It could be alcohol? If it was alcohol, it would probably be sake. So let's start with the very simplest of questions. Oh, yes. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I'd care to remember. But... wait. He doesn't remember. I'm so nervous I can't even remember that! What was it again? Ryunosuke Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank. You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. It's the R1 button, right? It's simple. You can access the court record with a press of R1. You ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. You just have to press R1 for the court record. Right, there's no time to lose. Alright, so this is the list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead with R1. We'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, press circle to go back. Okay, John H. Wilson, the victim of the case, he was a visiting professor of medicine at UMA University for the British Empire. From the British Empire. Okay, John H. Wilson. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now you'd better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court record, then press triangle to present. Try it now. Take that! The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to UMA University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. I mean, who knows? This game has a loose grip on physics. I would honestly be more concerned if his head wrap wasn't flowing in the wind. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally, and as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. Is that really the title of it? Also, yeah, as soon as I saw his head wrap, I burst out laughing. That is such a lame name for a treaty. The Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. Is that an actual treaty? I really hope that he is the god of anime protagonists. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. That's such a lame name. And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial UMA University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? But I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court, therefore, wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. Well, you're not going to get it. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. Post-mortem. I'm going to read the autopsy report. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. and was caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Okay, that's something to remember. The bullet did not pass through the body. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. In fact, we were sitting right across from him. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. Ah, almost ran out of air. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think... Wait, I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. And that was his first mistake. Saying hi to someone randomly in the Ace Attorney universe. So I went over to the professor's table. He even does the same thing when he's embarrassed that Phoenix does. Same arm, too, and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. I really like that gavel. I want one. Now then, let me pose my next question for you. To you, defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. Am I too loud, by the way? The cause of death. Well, obviously that was, Rinosuke. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now.
Yes!
So he shouts yes instead of take that? That's... okay. Well, according to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic... okay, thank you. Just making sure. Hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it? Sorry. Yes, that's right. The, post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. There's 5 people watching. Hello, people! But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. That is a good way to get innocent people put in prison. Oh, I see. 6 people! Holy shit! Hello! As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. So we do have photographs. Okay, good. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. So he was shot fairly close. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. I'm also giving him an annoying voice, because he usually has an annoying high-pitched voice in the other games. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. The photographic print of the victim has been entered into the court record. So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. Imagine how long... because if he hasn't heard of a camera before, you know how long that photo would have taken? It would have taken like 10 minutes. Just for the setup alone. Very well. I am satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. Certainly, Your Excellency. So without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. This is it then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes, clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... well, I can still act as your assistant. Ah, of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is, rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. I love it when Ace Attorney is self-aware. Oh, dude, the waiter, he did it. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course, my name is Satoru Hosonaga. I'm the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called La Carnival. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Well, it really, really should. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery, 3 days ago. I think that's how you pronounce that word. Understood. Osanaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. Looks like someone from Black Butler. Yeah, I haven't seen the anime yet, to be completely honest, but yeah, he does. Oh, aspiring, maybe, but aspiring. Oh my god, listen to this witness testimony music. I love it. It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have few diners at that time of day. Forgot what voice I used for him. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. That fits in with my memory of it too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. It was when I was in the kitchen, putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. Standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes!
Hold on! Let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot it.
Objection!
Oh, there's the voice. I believe I asked you, it's hard to enunciate with that voice. I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur. But the next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, defended Naruhodo. Don't worry, Ryunosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness. If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today. He's bleeding. He is coughing blood. That is why. Okay, yeah, he should be worried about that. Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? No. There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around that table. What's the matter, Ryunosuke? It's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite him at his table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? Interject.
Yes!
Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Objection!
Dear me, what are we going to do with you? That was a bit more Joker than I intended it to be. With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, as mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? I'm a student, dumbass, but I'm sure of what I saw. Osanaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy. Need another drink of water. These games are very taxing on the vocal cords, but I'm fine with it. I love these games too much. Oh, his glasses went blindingly white. That means he's hiding something. No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please have a look if you'd like to. Let me see. Ah, a sketch of the establishment's layout, drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. How do you figure that? That's not shown well at all. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. What was that about? It's been completely calm and collected until now. Something is on the other side of that card. It's not just a business card. There's something on the other side of that card that he doesn't want us to see. And that's going to be the linchpin. Or the final nail in his coffin, probably. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. Waiter's business card has been entered into the court record. And he's really coughing up a storm over there. So, the court has now heard a... I have never seen that word before. Precise of the case? It's not precise because there's no E at the end of it. Yes, the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense. You are determined to pursue matters further in this trial. The prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual, about these peculiarities. You've said it, Professor Mikotoba's said it, so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then the defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Alright, well, I mean, he took over right quick, didn't he? Indeed. Prosecutor out. I really hope that it actually is pronounced Ouchie, because that sounds like something Capcom would do. They would make a pun with his name. It is Ouchie, because the modern day versions of him, their last name is Pain. So his name in 19th century Japan would be Ouchie. That's perfect. Capcom, man. They think of everything. Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint. Oh my god. But I can be a devil when I want to be. Ew. I changed the line because that's what I would say in his case. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced. Forever. We'll see about that. Mr. Ouchie, how do you plead? The prosecution calls its next witnesses. Oh, right, I forgot. I will have to cross-examine multiple witnesses at a time and compare their testimonies against each other. That's something that's different in this game as well, which also showed up in Professor Layton vs. Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. We're starting off with only 2, I guess. Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court. There will be times when I'm having to cross-examine, I think, 6 people at the same time. Yes, sir. A Great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Yasunosa, reporting for duty, sir. Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the efflorescence of our nation, Nippon, and conduct my trade from Rasute, humble premises in the 2nd District. Curio Kurikuta, at your service. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. They must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon. Grandpa be looking sus. Oh yeah, he is. He do be looking sus. Either him or I think it might be the soldier, but this guy is definitely looking sketchy. And not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business. I can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer. It sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques. My brain wanted to say antiquities, and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets Le Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct? Affirmative. The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir. It was that black-uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearm, sir. This man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. I did too. So this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Sir, yes, sir. That's a baby cry. Standing by, ready to report, sir. He's got a baby on his back. That's what the straps are. Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon. What the witnesses saw. Ooh. I was ingesting a regulation beef steak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black-uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian. And from the back, the cowardly little weasel, whoop, there's already our first contradiction. I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. I have no idea. I have no idea where he's getting the faces. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy. He's got a knife now! Why does he have a knife in court? What times we live in when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Ryunosuke? Yes, all I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor. After I'd said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant. When I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. And like a dumbass, you picked it up. This is exactly what you do not do, people. This is how you get framed for a crime. If you discover a murder and you didn't do it, don't touch anything. Leave, call the police, and make sure they know that you discovered it. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it, so I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, here's a tip. Don't pick up any weapon you find on the ground. Don't do it. Just in case the person that it belongs to was murdered. Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is? Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now. As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice. Certainly. The testimony of the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it's my grave duty to declare...
Yes!
In Gravity Falls you can find a sword in the streets? You could? What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? The defense demands its right to a cross-examination. Dear me, dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. How did he know? The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Objection!
The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Kazuma is so commanding. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means what that soldier has said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it. And the key to doing that is evidence. Right. Evidence. Remember what I said about the... Well, actually, first we're going to present the photograph of the victim and then the post-mortem report, because the bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Therefore, it is impossible that the gunshot wound in this picture is from the exit wound, because there was no exit wound. He was shot in the front, not the back. Now let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you. That's such a weak-ass slam. Alright then. It's all or nothing. Two people just joined on that awful laugh that they just heard. What the witnesses saw. Alright, so I only have 5 chances. Which is usually how it goes. Restoring the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. The precise moment a firearm was discharged. Black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian from the back. Oh, no, I can just present this. Objection! Oh, wait, shit. Yes. Objection! Why is he saying yes? He needs to be saying objection there. I would be more worried about, whatever his name is with the sword, too. Judge. What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting this wad of papers in my moustache. Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes! There's a clear inconsistency here. What nonsense. What can this document possibly tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom. Maybe you shouldn't have arrested a student and made him testify and made him defend himself. This is so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Cosimo, what are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at the post-mortem report presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. What? Sergeant Iyesanosa. Iyesanosa? As in yes sir, no sir? Oh my god. This is fantastic. I love this game. This might actually be one of my favorite Ace Attorney games for the puns alone. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
Yes!
But no! That just can't be! And why not, cadet? Because, as is clearly stated in the post-mortem report, fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound. Bullet did not pass through the body. The photographic print of the victim clearly shows the same thing. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Ah. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? There's the baby. What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Certainly there's a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the fire... That baby is adorable! Look at his little smile. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious La Carnival steak, sir. No, they weren't. He was tending to his baby. What? The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Iyesanosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. That's absurd. I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Damn! Shots fired. Not literally, of course. That's how the victim died. Look at the baby. So cute. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial. Just from that one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. Roll credits. But I definitely saw him. Oh, the baby's sad. That university cadet there. He was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes!
But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either. Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Because he was looking for his antiquity, right? Too busy on the floor. Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Treasure? Indeed! The Hoy Era Koban. My prized coin. I think that's how you pronounce that. I really hope it is. On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop, Rasute, in the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you. On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I preferred my hoary treasure. I believed that he would purchase such a rare find. I did not, but I was presented with a little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, he just pulled his own beard. It was there no more. It simply vanished. The Koban vanished. Hunting around under the table, I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there, and then it happened. So no one saw a goddamn thing. Of course they didn't. Heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did, but heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hoy treasure. Nothing could distract me. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That lamentable day, the precious Hoy Koban was lost to me. They highlighted that word. It's important. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Well, that's your own fault. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, it would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Auchi? Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. What now? My witnesses have further testimony to make. Of course they do. Explain. Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The waiter. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Very well. The court invites the witnesses to testify again. It's already 8? This has been going on for an hour already? I thought we would get at least a case done, and then start the next one. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify. I can't do that voice seriously when the baby giggles. I can't. It's too cute. Excuse me, but there's someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir. Name? Ido. I don't know, sir. I don't know, sir. Oh my god. It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Why did I give him a British accent there? Ido. Tension! A pinwheel! Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. Look at the face. I can't... That smile is too cute. The true culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. No, it is not. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was that young lad in black, that much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. His testimonies are certain. Wait! That's nonsense! The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of these outbursts already. But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her. Happy baby, happy court. Exactly.
Objection!
God damn you, Ouchie. If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. I need more water. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. So I don't think there were any actual contradictions there. I think I'm going to have to press them on all of their statements. Hang on. There's the entrance and the kitchen. So here's the entrance and here's the kitchen. This was where the body was found. And he was facing away from the table. So the killer was around here somewhere. So after shooting the victim, he or she could have very easily ran around this wall to the entrance or straight to the kitchen, so that by the time anyone out here turned to look, they would be gone and we would be the only ones standing there. Nobody thought of this? The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, counsel? Indeed, of the table at which the victim was dining. Taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there is only one place set. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the court. Photographic print of the crime scene has been entered in the court record. A bottle of carbonated water and a steak lunch can be seen on the victim's table. I don't understand. What's going on here? Okay, let's take a look at this photo real quick. Okay, so the silverware does have stains. The glass still has some carbonated water in it. There's nothing really here that I can point out that would suggest that he really was dining with someone else. It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt. These are very sensitive political times. As we all know, the ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Tekatsuchi, take us such an ouchie, oh my god, will have contributed to the enmity. These two great empires is an honor. Take it such an ouchie. This game is gonna kill me. These puns are so bad, they're so great. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule! Stand tall, Rinosuke. It's not over yet. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses. Make it quick, understood? Rules can be so unbending at times. Ugh. I'm gonna press them. I'm gonna figure out what else they know. The true culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black, that much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was the Englishman dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman over and out. I'm just going to press from the beginning. I don't really know what to present at this time. Yes! Hold it! Why is he just shouting yes? No, no, no! It's not the same thing at all! For a start, I didn't fire that gun! You have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of a uniformed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet. I don't think so. Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked. Did you? Did you see it? Did you see me blink? How could I? And yet, it is an undeniable fact that I did blink. So there you have it. Have what? Tension! The sound of the firearm rang in my ears, and the very next moment, I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman. I think that says it all, don't you? And let us not forget that the antiques dealer witnessed the accused in this most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so, Korakota-san? Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black. Yes! Hold it! Yes, it may be true that I was holding the gun at that point in time. But I've told you already. That's only because I picked it up off the floor. Well, obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away. I just finished drinking my coffee. I was about to leave the restaurant when I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. At exactly that moment... Wait a minute. A gunshot rang in my ears. Full of events beyond our control, life is. Sorry, what do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the Koban from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. I don't think our situations match up. Anyway, the fact remains myself, I did see you, with pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner. Visual search at the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only prisoner present. Hold it! You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there. Okay, at this point, we should stop mentioning the lady at the table. It hasn't done any good for us. As you've been at pains to point out time and time again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. Only there'd been more people dining there at the time. Then someone else would have noticed her. Fortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know, of course the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. We're getting more evidence. There was? This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What is that, Counsel? What is that, Counsel? It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. Hada Clinic? Wow, they made that reference? Dr. Hada was in the original trilogy as well. Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. That's incredible! I didn't think they'd make... Wow! I completely forgot that character even existed until now. 19th of November, noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident. So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case. That is not for you to decide, dickhead. I wonder, what do you think, Ryunosuke? Well, it is hard to see how it could be related. Remember, you can request for it to be entered in the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report card to be submitted as evidence or not? Ask for it to be submitted.
Yes!
Everything is important. The slow hand raise is great. If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Is that a checkpoint? Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
Whether or not they are of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon? You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well, the court will grant the defense's request. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. What we need right now is new clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like. It's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Korakuta-san. No, don't present. Well, actually, I have to press that button in order to look at the medical report card. We can't actually read the medical report card. Yes! Hold it! So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone. That I did. Forgive me for the position I place you in. So the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? And let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support the statements as well. As can clearly be seen, there was only a single beef steak on the victim's table, a meal for one. Why is there a giant bottle of... Hang on. Why is there a giant bottle of carbonated water for one person? That doesn't make much sense. Who the hell would drink an entire bottle of carbonated water by themselves? That's a wine bottle size of carbonated water. You don't drink that by yourself. No. The antiques dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could... Hold it! Why aren't you telling the truth? Man likes water. That is a valid explanation. What did you say, cadet? I clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed, but for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible. Fortunately for you, Defendant Naruhodo, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone. Sorry? The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said that the victim was alone. That's right. Precisely. In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady. But I... If such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. Okay, this is gonna be tough. We can't use the profiles. There's nothing in the profiles, so it has to be that water bottle. Or... Hang on. What's that? In the very corner there, do you see that? Is that another glass? Or is that the flowers? That can't be the flowers. The flowers weren't that close to... Okay. And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It's a blatant waste of the court's time. There's nothing I can say to that. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. You've gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. Am I gonna have to press them again? I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Is he not allowed to eat steak? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence, so perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. How exactly? You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. Oh, I didn't realize that I could do that. I didn't realize I could rotate it. He's telling me how to look at all this stuff. That's not very important. Actually, when it makes us start to look at the evidence, I'm not going to look at the medical report yet. The first thing I'm going to look at is that business card. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Need to use right, left, and X to inspect any areas of the evidence that look suspicious. What is this? Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. So he couldn't have eaten. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It seems so. Just before the incident, he'd had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Though it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. Ah, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. With this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely. Okay, before I do that, though, I want to see if I can look at that, business card. It's on the other side. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. He's not a waiter at all. He lied to the court. Interesting, isn't it? Well, that's unexpected. What is? Look, do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga. Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected. It's his job title. His job. Oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. Let's face it, police have a lot of power and influence. If they're wielding it to somehow here. The waiter's business card information has been updated in the court record. What else can we look at? And be working for government. Yeah, he does. He is working for the government. Which means the government is probably at work with the rest of their testimonies. Objection! Well, I think, But what are you wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer. I changed his voice. Wish I could. First and foremost here, I'm the accused. Ryunosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. That is a terrible idea. Alright. Thanks for the advice. Yeah, deep calming breath. Korakota-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim. Ah, I see. And I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement. Something clearly doesn't add up. Dear me. Have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. But let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant. Not in this case. But that's... Remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Your Excellency, I believe I've finished here. There's surely no need to prolong this trial further. Is he finally going to say objection now? Instead of just, yes! The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides this pale-faced pupil who could possibly have perpetrated the crime. There we go. That's a desk slam. This medical report card has nothing to do with the case. Do you really believe that? What? That outburst have petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Hotta Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. Which is ironic because the Dr. Hotta in the first... was it the first game? Or was it it was the second game that he was introduced? He has really bad teeth. Because he's not a real doctor. He's a patient pretending to be a doctor. For really messed up reasons. A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted. What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating. Just what are you trying to say, Cadet? He had orders not to eat, so what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. What? No, that can't... Korakuta-san! What, boy? What? As you just heard, when he was killed, sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. Oh. Additionally, there's more. I forgot the voice I did for a moment. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Here's the turnabout music. Expertly done, partner.
Objection!
What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? How dare you? I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Yes, most definitely. So having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating the pictured beef steak? Isn't it obvious? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel. Counsel? That means me, doesn't it? Alright, answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been an as-yet unknown third party. Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
Objection!
You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person.
Yes!
There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial, relentlessly. Kazuma, are you insane? You would take on the government? Don't worry, counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issue with them, the two witnesses on the stand. What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury. Perjury? And, since this is a murder trial, will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit in murder? No. Negative! There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. Alright. I was just following orders. That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they, told us. The police? Oh. What? What did you just say, Kurakuta-san? Oh, no. You were just following orders? Now hold on, lad. I was, Say you never saw the gentlewoman. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair? Who is leaving? Oh, was it Nick? Might have been Nick. Just one simple slip of the tongue. You absolute troglodytes. Order! Order! Council, explain what is going on here. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. Prosecution knows nothing of this. Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut? Well, that's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Ryunosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Ouchie had any idea about it. No, he didn't. He's incompetent. He doesn't know what the hell he's doing. What do you say? It was the quote-unquote waiter. It's this guy. Because we found out he's actually the chief investigator. He's purposefully changing the events so that we get arrested for it. And to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? Yes! If we can affirm we tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So we need a name. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Now here's the problem. Do I present the card, or do I present the profile? Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can he possibly? We already found it. Remember how we made progress before? Before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh, yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything. Make sure there's nothing we missed. Way ahead of you on that, Kazuma. There's no time to lose. I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you, the penalty will be severe. Please, wait! Your Excellency! I had no idea about any of this! I swear to every Shinto god! I knew nothing! And what does the defense have to say about all of this? Well, Your Excellency! No time to think. I'm just going to have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes into my head. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is... Take that! Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san. Hosonaga-san, the waiter who took the stand earlier?
Objection!
Poppycock! What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter. But if he truly were... Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit the court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosonaga-san's real identity as proven by this evidence. Take that! The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question. I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency. That's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front? Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. Flip the card over. Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession. His true profession. The waiter's profession? But that's surely... Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power, as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... What now? The waiter? Yep. Inspector Hosonaga! Alright. Let's take him down. I was worried something like this might happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. Need to get a drink of water again. We're getting close to the end. This is almost over. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So, you mean to say you really are a detective? But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Of course! The salary must be terrible! I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes, there have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well, then, Inspector Hosonaga. She will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would have also been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable! As I suspected. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair. Beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady, whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the Bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? I mean to say, remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect, well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Cosimo? Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory, is a young English woman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean, when I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. The court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The English woman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett. She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yume University's medical faculty. What is happening here? I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. Should be obvious, bring her in for questioning. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Objection!
Really? But, Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of a ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country, or any other, to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir. You will locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau. As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So it won't be a problem? Nothing will get in my way. Now that we figured out that he's a government employee, I'm kind of more worried about him coughing up blood now. He could have been poisoned. Court will adjourn briefly. Prosecution must call the English student, Giselle Brett, to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes. Your Excellency. Good. Then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. To be continued. Dang. Okay, this is a lot. This is a much longer trial than I thought it was going to be. Whew. So the question is, should I end the live stream here and pick it up on another day, or should I continue and finish the case? That's up to you guys to decide. Do you want me to finish the case but have a longer live stream, or would you rather I cut it up into parts and wait to finish this another day? I'll look at the evidence in the meantime. My personal student number is engraved on the back here. If you lose your pen, they won't accept you as a UMA student at the university. You may not come in, they say. Of course, you can get a new pen made if you can just tell them your number. Actually, I lost mine twice already, but I still don't know my student number by heart. I always say to myself, I mustn't forget to write it down somewhere. But then I forget not to forget that. Looks like this medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. It's probably a record of long-term treatment. That's why. The family doctor, I imagine. Well, I can't imagine. Going to a doctor, I mean. As long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So you don't like doctors, then? Why would you? Make you drink horrible-tasting medicine, they give you painful injections, and then they demand lots of money from you for the privilege. All when you're at your lowest ebb. You sound like a model patient, with a bad case of stubbornness, for no less, for which the only cure is very bitter medicine indeed. I think I might continue until I get, like, an answer in the chat as to whether or not I should stop. Yeah. 22nd of November, 11:38 a.m. Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendants, Antechamber 5. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. Ugh, my heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable in looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you'd started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Anyway, looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett, student from Great Britain. Is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself. Then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor. And just after I bent down and picked it up, another gunshot. I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me looking as white as a sheet. He bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Professor Mikatoba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy. Our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. Oh, it's alright. Did you want me to continue and finish the case, or do you want me to save it for another day? I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma! Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. Don't look at me like that. I don't like people looking at me. To me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, you said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't you? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA, and it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're going up against. This gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight. Right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you. Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. Defendant Naruhodo. Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow before those old fossils know what's hit them. Kazuma. What? Thank you. Really? What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then... Oh, a lot of things happened. So, Nick, what happened is we found out that the so-called waiter is actually a police inspector. He is in fact the chief inspector and the guy who was investigating the crime. And it turns out this mystery woman that we've been talking about this entire time did actually exist, and we proved it because we found out that the victim was forbidden to eat food for 3 hours because he had a tooth removed. So now we are getting that that woman that was with the victim is coming to the courtroom to be interrogated. That probably doesn't make any sense because I said it way too fast, but that's what happened. And I was just asking, because it's 9 right now, if you guys wanted me to continue and finish this case, or if you wanted me to stop for today and pick it up on another day. But I'm going through the dialogue and stuff while you guys decide that, because it's really up to you. I don't really have anything to do tonight. Finish? Alright, let's do this. Nick, you good with that? Alright, let's do this. I'm fairly sure I'd already have been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer, and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. This is going to be fun. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. Aren't we a college student, though? Aren't we supposed to be poor? I can make that joke because I'm a college student and am indeed poor. 22nd November, 12:09 p.m., Supreme Court of Judicature, courtroom number 2. Alright, stretch before the court. Alright. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryonosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Aochi, have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency. Against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling. What? The prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Do you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down on our nation founders? Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. Damn, this man spits fire. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryonosuke. What do you mean? A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions. Okay, first of all, I was poor before school, so don't you dare use that sarcastic tone with me, Nick. A bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan? Or of England? Shut up, you jumped-up rookie boy. You and your friend know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. That is also not true. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. Yeah, exactly. He just says what's on his mind. which is great, but in the kind of political climate they've been setting up for this game, it's gonna get him killed. And we're gonna have to find out who killed him. I bet you money on that. That's not true, I have no money to give you. But I would bet money if I had it. Oh, you were talking about yourself? I won't deny that I'm no expert, I'm just a student, and one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there's one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Well said, Ryunosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror. You little brats! Thank you, Counsel. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system, and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett. Yes. Your Excellency. Did you hear the thud of his head on the table? Doom. Oh, that's perfect. Shows how spineless he really... Oh, dear God. Why? Why is that hat? That hat is ugly. Head go burr. Smack. Yep, pretty much. Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land. Tea! Someone bring English tea! In England, no discussions take place without tea. Is that true? No idea. Yeah, there's something that I... Oh god, sweats, fancy lady. Exactly. And of course, WTF. Oh shit, I didn't see what he said. Hang on. Oh, it wasn't anything important. There's something that's been kind of bothering me about this. Is that the characters have British accents. But this takes place in Japan. They speak Japanese. They're learning English. But they're not speaking English. At least, like, from what the we're obviously reading English because that's what the language I put it on. But, like, in their world, they aren't speaking English. So, why do they have British accents? I mean, that's fine. I don't really care. That's an easier accent to do, but still. Like, it's just a little bit weird. Questioning language lessons. Exactly. Could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? Of course. Is that supposed to be, like, her dress? What is that? Is that like a swan tail attached to the back of her... What is this? Of course, my name is Satoru Hosonaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter at La Carnival. Yes, we know all about you already. Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're short of. Oh, yes, I think I did, didn't I? Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty. So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. Good God, speak to her like a person. She's probably the murderer, anyway. Is that supposed to symbolize that she's speaking English and they don't understand her? I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but... What? Looks like Haru from Persona 5. Persona 5. Hang on, let me look this up. Persona 5. Oh yeah, she does! Especially since you put on the mask thing. Background play is on? Sure. I don't want to change it. Go away. The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in Yume University's medical faculty. Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. Afraid I don't understand your words you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song. That is a total lie. I almost broke my PG-13 mandate. As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. You'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryanosuke. Exactly! This technically also happened in another Ace Attorney game, which I'm not too happy that I'm probably going to have to deal with same bullshit, but I'm betting she's the killer, and that's going to take a lot for me to prove it. Because there was a character that the entire freaking courtroom swooned over, and she was this batshit crazy psychopath. She was literally the villain of the entire game. If that, like, for a game that has multiple cases, she was the murderer in the first and last cases. Do you? You know what I'm talking about? I believe her name was, Hawthorne. But yeah, it was in the second game, I believe, that was... No, it was the third game. It was Trials and Tribulations. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. Crazy girl, pink hair? Yep. She always had an umbrella, too. "3 days ago, at a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct?" Oh, you both know who I'm talking about? She's freaking nuts! Like, she genuinely scared me. Yeah, that's who I'm talking about. From Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney. Her name was Hawthorne. She had pink hair and always had an umbrella. And she was absolutely insane. Yeah. Yeah, she genuinely scared me. She says yes. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese? She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Bullshit. Interesting, when you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Children's in a matter of seconds. Yes, exactly. Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Apparently, it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say? Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. That is a swan tail that's attached to the back of her dress. Order! Order in the court! Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. Oh, Jesus Christ. Save me from this ridiculousness. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Fortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. More in English. Okay, witness testimony. What voice am I going to give her? Frightening and sorrowful sight. Well, I'm only going to have to worry about what he says, anyway. I'd arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. Wah, 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 wah. You know, Peanuts reference. Haha, funny, Peanuts. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor. They got into a fierce argument. What? Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. That is not what happened, and you know it, you lying... Swan. Oh no. Swan hat-wearing troglodyte. I already used that insult, didn't I? Did they not check the revolver had any used gunpowder on it? No. Apparently they didn't. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. That logic does not track in the slightest.
Yes!
No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Objection!
When is he going to learn to start shouting objection? Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard! And look at this snow-white angel! I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe. You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. It's a lesson you need to learn. But he's so annoying! Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before and reported back to the bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of our last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so, on the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. That is not true! Yes, Nick, they do tend to leave gunpowder on the gun when fired, but I'm not sure they have the technology to check that. And also, yes, their simp meter is 300%. And also, the bullshit about her not being able to conceal a firearm, I can think of at least 4 places. Well, the swan, underneath her hat, the swan tail, and the flowers. She could fit a gun behind her hair curls. I would think she could hide a gun in almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Exactly! Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot. Really? There are no pockets in my outfit, I have nowhere to hide a gun. Bullshit! Those are the witness's own words on the matter. Not about the dress not having pockets part. I believe that. That's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. That is assault. Whole-ass shotgun could fit under there? Yes, exactly. The dress could hold a rifle and the gun itself. Yeah. She could hide a goddamn catapult. Just in the hat! Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. For real. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. And even if she didn't hide one on her person... Did she just smile? Yes, she did. She smiled ever so slightly. But also, even if she didn't hide a gun on her person, she also could have hidden a gun underneath the table. Because we had figured out that it wasn't the professor's gun that was the murder weapon. It was a different gun. Because the professor's gun had fallen on the floor, we picked it up, and then the gunshot happened. Oh yeah, I bet she's going to be the craziest person we meet in this game. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. What do I present, though? The swan is the gun? Maybe. Like, that's hilarious, but I would not put that past Ace Attorney. They would absolutely have that swan be the gun. Slightly late luncheon. Actually, now that you said that, I really hope that that's the case, because that's freaking hilarious. The professor was unable to eat. For himself only, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Is there anything I can do to prove that? Hang on. There is something. We need to ask where her position was. Yes! Hold it! After 2 p.m., in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it? You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are en vogue, isn't that right? No. No. Decisive English no has quite a sting to it. That it does. The gentlewoman is currently working at the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. That's kinda sketch. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. But they didn't just cancel it outright? Yes, that all makes perfect sense. Such a wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is. So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? The professor was unable to eat, so ordered for himself only a beefsteak. Hold it! He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he just had a tooth removed at a clinic, correct? That's right. I'm supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? Seems so intelligent, I call BS on that crap. I mean, she is smart. She's definitely smart. She's managed to get away with the crime so far. But that's not gonna save her. Seems so, yes. She'd heard that Professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? Okay, we need to have this added to the testimony. That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left. Dear me, what a harrowing experience! To have traveled to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. Why is she hiding her face? There's no reason to. We can see her from like 2 miles away. Exactly! You can see her from space! So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. Nothing to eat or drink. That's right, other than some carbonated water. Damn it. they caught that. Just water? Yes. The professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. So then why was the second glass gone? Oh, right, because they were hiding it. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Ryunosuke, about the witness's last statement? It's very meaningful. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Does her whole family or all of Britain parade around with swans on their head? Yeah, that would be a bit difficult to see her from space if her entire family paraded around with swans on their heads. Unless they're all different colors. The one with the purple swan is extremely self-absorbed. Or so I hear. Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing? The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well, sidestepped, counsel. Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. She didn't say anything, she just smiled. The eyes of the mask are moving, too. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke. Of course, but that's one that was really of note. Superiors have hats for their... Yeah, the family leaders have hats with ducklings on them. And then those ducklings have another hat that has just an egg. It's very precarious business. They have to train for years to balance all those hats. That is kind of adorable, actually, now that I think about it. Take that! Oh wait, no, objection. That's what it is. That's it! Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, it's odd, very odd. Also, just to be sure what you were talking about the hats on top of the swan hats, right? That were cute. Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself. Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers? Okay, yeah, just making sure. Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor had said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, where's the second glass? There should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. You're quite right, counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here. Dishonored mission to kill a rich lady, but had to find a real one. Oh yeah, that mission. I hated that mission. I'm gonna be honest. That mission in Dishonored where you have to kill a rich lady, but there's 3 of them because they're all twin sisters. I hated that mission. That's because when I played that mission, I was terrible at the game, and it was a long time ago. Nowadays, if I replayed that mission, I would probably be fairly decent at it. I'm making my way through Dishonored 2. I got the good ending the first time through. But I started to go through it with the Ghost playthrough. hold on. Let me just see if I read that right. You sold her? You sold her to be a slave of the night? Damn! I just killed her! I got mad. Because I kept, because I had to do the pistol dueling outside. And I did it, and they accused me of cheating, so I had to kill everybody. And I just went around and stabbed them all, because I got mad. Pretty much everyone else I found a peaceful solution, non-lethal solution for it, but damn! I mean, if I was in her shoes, I'd rather die. You're quite right, Counsel. There's only one glass pictured here. Moving on. Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutia? What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case? Minutia, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed the glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only one? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Took my kid to a whole house. I don't... What? They took my kid to a whole house. I don't hear it. What does that mean? Did she take the glass with her? Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. Surprise. What? It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she's saying. Good gracious. She was able to sneak a glass out, but she isn't able to she isn't able to conceal a gun on her person? Yeah, right. Sorry. She's gonna have the entire courtroom on her side. There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all. Oh, please. We must remember that the student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray? That's absurd! Oh, really? So do we take it that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young and beautiful woman of mischief? What? No, this can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. Exactly. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. Like a handbag that could conceal a firearm. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. So the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already. Indeed. The lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Well, I don't know, really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in a handbag. There's a deeper significance there. It's handbag. Wait! The lady put the glass in a handbag, you say? Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was a handbag, in which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. A true murder weapon, if you will. You can't seriously be suggesting. Inspector Hosonaga! Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? Of course you didn't. No, sir, I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. Order! 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 What is the meaning of this, Inspector? The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ouchie? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Yeah, he's been poisoned. Looks like Rock Lee from Naruto. Yeah, a little bit. He kind of does look like Rock Lee from Naruto. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. The gun. This photographic print. Ooh. Whoa, 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 wait. Hang on. Oh, we got a piece of evidence now. Look at his wrist. Actually, I'll point it out in a minute. This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Britt's handbag. Well, I never! You can see right through to what's inside! That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. Ah! As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that. Naruhodo-san. Oh damn, he just hit his head on the back of the thing. Order! Order! Is the knife the murder weapon because there's stains on it? No, the stains are from the steak. The murder weapon was definitely the knife, but it was definitely the gun, I mean. It wasn't the knife. But there's a very particular detail that I noticed that kind of throws some suspicion. Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. The photograph of the handbag has been entered in the court record. Okay. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel. Alright, so let's look at this. Do you see his wrist? There's an imprint of a bull with horns on his wrist. If we take a look at another picture, we will see that same exact symbol on the steak plate. On the same side that has the silverware and a glass. I think she took the wrong glass. The table was flipped. It had to have been. Because otherwise there is no possible explanation for how that symbol got onto his wrist. Something is fishy here. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Indeed, there is only one logical conclusion, that the pathetic rookie slumped over to the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of the crime. No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. In a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma? Sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean, this is it? Man is cattle, now he's been branded. Yes. I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student. But the weak are meat, while the strong eat. You are the most pathetic man I have ever met in my life. All you do is pass your pathetic genes down to your sons. You are wasting your time. There is no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? Kazuma. His dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma. What? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest, which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. This is when the Ace Attorney genes start to kick in. The instincts that Ryunosuke passed down to Phoenix Wright are about to ignite. Very well. I will now proceed immediately to the ruling. Oh, this is going to be when he says objection, isn't it? Seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all. See, he's thinking. That smug little. Ryunosuke Naruhodo.
Yes!
Message retract. What were you saying, Nick? Wait! Your Excellency! Ryunosuke. I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
Objection!
This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over... Man's about to go Super Saiyan. Kinda, yeah. That the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That's the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes!
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt on this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now that means that if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
Objection!
This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There can be no problem with this evidence. You'd better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I failed to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. It's not the handbag we're looking at. Ha! My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity. What? But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. You will identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded. Too desperate to die, inverted doom guy? Take that! Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description. Oh! She's taking notice. She's getting nervous. Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say? On the victim's wrist. Clearly this has nothing to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark. You're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? Yes, we do. And no possible way of knowing either. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Archie points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. No, and no. She cannot leave. What's your thinking on this, Ryanosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging in the hope that I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am? If we can just link that burn to the case. If we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again. Just give up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that. Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence I cannot allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it? I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. Take that! What's this, Counsel? Yet another print. Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer, if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. That's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. Oh, gladly. What is in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn? Yes! The beef steak. Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Ah! Your Excellency, are you alright? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. Ah! This emblem on the plate. And the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Suki, you genius! You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant. Possibly when he was shot and slumped over the table. But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time. Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Ouchie, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? Can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But... I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. That's how we're gonna get her! Okay, let's take a look at this again. The photograph of the victim shows him sitting away from the table, on the side of the steak. That is impossible. He must have been sitting... He was sitting across from her. So he was sitting here, while she was sitting here. This is the seat that the body was found in. If you take another look at the thing, his right wrist was the one that was burned. This is to be believed. So he would have been sitting here. She would have been sitting on this side, relative to the steak. These might not be the exact seats. So what must have happened is she must have shot him, and he must have slumped over onto the table, and his wrist hit the metal plate. So he got that burn as he was dying. That has to be what happened. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. The amount of time that a body would have hit the table. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of La Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation. But you're a detective, not a waiter!
Yes!
There you have it! Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet Inspector Hosonaga had never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any day before it. That's right, and the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ouchie? Well, yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Yusuke, do you think... Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but... I'm starting to think that maybe... We've been led into a terrible trap. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already deceased. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible. Apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. Already dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. There it is. That's the confident desk slam. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness! Order! Order! Order, please! Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once! The victim was killed by a gunshot! That's right! That's absolutely right, Your Excellency! This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp of the facts.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Ouchie, it's you who has no grasp of the facts. I beg your pardon. As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Yeah, that's right. Squirm, you weasel. Your Excellency, the court must hear from the witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Did she poison the water? He couldn't have eaten the steak. We've figured that out, but he can drink water. Did she poison the water and then poison the detective as well to keep him silent? Although, the detective hasn't died yet, but he is coughing up blood, which is a clear sign of something seriously wrong. And she's studying at a medical school. He was a professor of medicine, so she would know how to poison him. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement. But, Your Excellency, the justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. I'm onto your games. What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. She can speak Japanese. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. I knew it. Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I'm studying in your country, after all. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. That is not true. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. Wow, she is a bitch. But we already knew that, didn't we? Personally, I find Japanese to be a much more beautiful language than English. Especially when it comes to singing. Japanese singing is fucking amazing. I just broke my PG-13 mandate. Who cares? But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level. Oh, well, you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this. Damn, Nick, you went from 0 to 100 real quick, did you? This lavish consideration you so graciously afford us. Dude, stop freaking... This man could not sink any lower. I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Rina Suki. Witness testimony. Victim's death. Unfortunately... Oh! The cross-examination theme is sped up. You know what that means. I think I mentioned it in my Ace Attorney video. But when the cross-examination music speeds up, that means we're getting close to the end. Fortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death beside the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. Which is precisely the point. They wouldn't test for poison if they didn't know about it in the first place, if they had no reason to suspect it. That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down at the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Easy does it. I hope that is the last time I will have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Not at all, not at all. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. It seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. Has he learned nothing? I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Thanks? Is that a prayer, then? Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with the cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Just gotta prepare yourself. Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. Oh, hell yeah! Victim's death. Fortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When I brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses on a toast. Hang on. Is there anything else in the... As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death beside the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. Yes! Hold it! Without leaving a trace. If someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga? As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces with all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish the thought, calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. Innocence. On my honor, I, take ouchie, will cut down any who you dare cast such aspersions? Such aspersions. A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. Yes, evidence. That's the issue, though. We don't really have evidence. Or do we? Do we have evidence? Okay, this is tough. What do you think, Rinasuke? I don't know. I think this could be hard work. She speaks Japanese brilliantly, but she doesn't seem to want to say very much. The more she says, the more she's likely to give away. This English woman knows that only too well. She's quite formidable. Dr. Wilson's burn tells us something, I'm sure. We need to use this cross-examination to find out what. First things first, I'm going to press her on everything she said and try to make her blurt something out. What is it, Kazuma? What are you thinking? Oh, don't worry. It's nothing. Just the fact that you said that out loud to everyone in the court. They have no idea when the poor man burned his wrist like that.
Yes!
Hold it. But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't not have noticed. Do you think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open. You can't not have noticed, can you? Huh? What? Ah! What fun! You hadn't realized. Dear lady's absolutely right. As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Rinasuke. Why didn't you tell me? Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing? Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can. Well, I can't! Anyway. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. We already figured that out. Yes! Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Oh! Oh! Why didn't I think of this before? There's no blood! Why didn't I notice that? If he actually did die from a fatal hemorrhage from the gunshot wound, there would have been blood all over his suit. Not to mention the table. Oh, I'm an idiot. Why didn't I see that? Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us, as there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death. It can only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life. But it doesn't make any sense. The burn must have happened straight away, when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burned his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought up from the kitchen, then he must have already been dead at that point. And yet, the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time. I concur. Prosecutor Ouchie is right. Ah! Is that really what I need to present, though? I still have all 5 chances. I haven't screwed up once this entire time. So I'm gonna do it. Objection! Ah, damn it, I screwed up. If the music doesn't stop when you object, that means you screwed up. But that... myself better yet. Damn it! Almost did this in one shot, too. I almost did it perfectly. Damn it! Ah! Hold it! Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. Hold it! He reacted! That's something that showed up in Professor Layton vs. Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand. Haha, killer blow! The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful. Amazing! He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Ouchie is finally starting to see sense. No, he's thinking with his dick. I very much doubt that. Still, something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. What do you think, Roya Nasuki? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected, she's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue, someone to help us find a chink in our armor. Kazuma. What, Morinosuke? There is one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her. Inspector Hosonaga. The detective? Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. If it might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then. I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose, once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again. I also like that this game added, like, the little dots on top of the testimony, so that you can see how many statements there are in the testimony, and where you are in that testimony. That's nice. Yes! Inferior. What do you mean by that? The lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found in a crime scene for later. Investigate everything once, and isn't that so? Blah 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 blah. Exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. Yes! There it is again! The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man in his train of thought. Sorry? Pursue? I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making current statement. But by moving the marker left and right, with the left and right on the D-pad, interesting, okay, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with X. If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. Oh, what did Phoenix shout when he did that? Was it gotcha? Or, it was hang on. That's what it was. Hang on! Yeah, that was it, I think. If you ever noticed a strange atmosphere amongst the people in the stand, take a good look around. Alright then, so first I should move the marker across with left and right and focus on the detective. Then pursue him with X, see what's on his mind. Here we go.
Wait.
Excuse me!
Are you saying excuse me? What's the meaning of this? Oh god, he's really freaking out now. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts. Deeply. Looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say. Ooh. If there's something you'd like to say, please, share it with the court.
Attention!
What is the meaning of this? It's a delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over, immediately. Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. The detective is in this stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Come on, dude. Say it. Well, yes, if you don't mind. I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain, which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. Except you missed something. Substantial. Crime scene thief. Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. Yes! He got the bottle! They can test that! Is that... This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming. I guarantee it. That's perfect. That's perfect. That's what we need. Can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. Court will accept a glass bottle of water as evidence. Yes! 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 Carbonated water bottle has been entered into the court record. Miss Brett. Can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. Objection! What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there's one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Also, Hawthorne, the crazy lady in the pink, killed someone by poisoning them. That was also something. Poison. On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Because there was a glass with water in it still on the table. That must have been hers, and she didn't drink it. And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could possibly have done it. Giselle Brett, it was you!
Objection!
This is outrageous! To suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence! You little rookie imbecile! Have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we have only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty? I'm hitting my leg with my controller. It kind of hurts. But I must have emphasis!
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. If I may, I will silence you forever for this disgrace. Ha! It is you who should be silent. Of course. Dear lady, where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid that I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. Sorry, my lady, to what are you referring? I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, whether it contained poison or not. There's no way he did, of course. Which is why we need the glass. Damn it! You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? There's only one thing that is missing from the crime scene, and that's the glass that she took. I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And? What did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No! No! I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. Wow, that is incredibly offensive to say. You successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure is all ours. I'm really getting sick of having to read that. I'm so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this point? Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving.
Hold it!
Oh! Oh, wait, I forgot! She was going to the school to get something. Please, wait! Isn't that... What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Sasato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Mikotoba? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package, wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. To be continued. God damn it! How long is this case gonna go? This means we have another cross-examination and witness testimony to get through. At least one more of each. Not to mention all of the dialogue between. Damn, this is the longest first case these games have ever given me. That's insane. Usually I can finish them in like an hour. Tops. This has gone on it's gone on for 3 hours and 25 minutes already. 22nd November, 1:14 p.m., Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2. Well, I understand you were the judicial assistant to the defense, but why is this sudden ingress into my courtroom? Ha! A judicial assistant and a... Wow! The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify? Really? Wow, you sexist pig. Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Ha! You're too late, little girl. The trial has already been concluded. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more. But, Your Excellency, I am most grateful. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now. What is it? A report about something. Written in English. It's Giselle Brett's research. English words. After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical faculty and borrowed this paper. Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh, no, of course not. Special characteristics of Curare and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Curare, what's that? Never heard that word before. Time's up! The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. There's too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful. Thank you. Giselle's report has been entered in the court record. Of an unknown poison. Goodbye then, and good luck. A report detailing an unknown poison that Miss Brett has been researching during her time at Yume University. Poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. Hunters in the region have used it since ancient times to incapacitate their prey. Incapacitate their prey. Special characteristics. Effects. Instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. The above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Wouldn't that also be able to go through... a glass? Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed that the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full body paralysis must be found first, or patients would die of suffocation. Excellent. Thank you, Susato. This is exactly what we need. You have had long enough, Counsel. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. Oh, you're in for a shock now. I ask the prosecution and the defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but... The prosecution has made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency. Rinasuke, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. That look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett. Yes, Your Excellency? If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer. It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. I'll have to politely decline. Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realize it was phrased as a question. However, I must ask you to treat that as an order. I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense. This coming from someone who speaks English. English is the most confusing language in the world. My apologies, dear lady. There's so much bullshit in the English language. Like, the reason why it can be so difficult for people whose first language they learned was English to learn other languages is because our language makes no sense. That's the real reason. So if you hear someone go, oh, this, like, Spanish is too hard, or German is too hard, French is too hard, most of those languages have very similar structures. English is the most difficult language in the world to learn. Bar none. So, counsel, what is this new evidence that demands the court's attention? Take that! I was just saying that because it's just funny to me how ironic that is. Mr. Zale Brett, we understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at UMA University, doing research. English is the only language I know how to speak. I can speak some Spanish, but not really anything else. I know phrases from other languages, though. Research, by sheer coincidence, perhaps, into a deadly poison. What? Poison? Where are you going with this, counsel? A toxin known as curare. Your Excellency, even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
What complete and utter nonsense! Curare, you say? I've never even heard of it. You wouldn't have done. What do you mean? I mean that you wouldn't have heard of curare before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist. Correct. Which means, no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they never identify curare. Why? Because there is no test available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison. What? Order! 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 Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report, authored by the visiting research student from England, curare has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists. To lace their arrows? The report states that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle, and it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. Claims that animals shot by arrows laced with curare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Dude, shut up. Trumpery! These aspersions are utter trumpery! To start with, if the victim had been administered some of the so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain the other diners would have surely noticed. That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. Don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. Except it's a paralyzing poison. According to this, however, it's the other way around. What do you mean, the other way around? The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that curare was used. Explain yourself, counsel. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible. Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe, it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. That's a really messed up way to go. That's hideous. To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly curare poison. Has my fidgeting been audible? And you're suggesting that this bottle, Counsel... So my fidgeting is, I have like a wooden box that I made for Tech Theater. And I was, like, poking at the edges of it with my foot. It's been making noise. You're suggesting that this bottle, Counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison.
Objection!
This is all very convenient, isn't it? Hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense. Ahem. If I may. All these facts. You think you're so clever, but you must be taught some... It is you who must be taught. Of course. Dear lady. So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? I can't hear... Okay, good. Because I've been pushing it, like, back and forth for a while now. Like a good hour. You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime? That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection!
Enough of this! I, for one, refuse to accept it. You don't have to accept it, dumbass. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules. What's so funny? Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett? May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? Oh shit, she's gonna drink it! Well, yes, I don't see, why not? She's just gonna straight drink it, isn't she? Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. Sorry? To an English woman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. With little police games and these foolish courtroom antics. It's laughable, really. So she's either going to die from this, or I'm going to have to point out that she took the glass. I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers. Wait! What are you doing? No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. Oh, I don't have Nintendo Plus or whatever it's called. I forget what they call it. So I can't play Smash Online, but that would be fun. Goodness. Whatever's the matter? You all are quite stunned. So, no curare. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying? You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett? I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time, for the furtherance of friendship between our countries. Yes, dear lady. We are most gratified with all the assistance you have given. This doesn't make sense. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it. Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. There has to have been poison in that bottle, doesn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have keeled over dead. Come on, read Hasuki. We have all the clues now. A bottle of water. Contains no poison. As I thought! There is no poison in that bottle! What? Why, Hasuki? Isn't it obvious? If there was poison in there, she'd be dead by now. Sometimes your unadulterated naivete really astounds me, but sometimes it's in need of a good staining, till it's as dark as your uniform in the ways of the world. Or was that what this color is supposed to represent? That was a guileless ending to a promising line of inquiry, Counsel, for which you will be penalized. What? Oh, fuck you. I mean, screw you. This whole trial was poisoned. Must have been poison in the bottle. There can't have been... Does it contain poison? The culprit did put Curer poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. The defense refuses to change its position. You're serious? Fool! Are you blind? There is no possible way that bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw Miss Brett drinking the water from it. That's right, which rather complicates your argument, I think. And I believe that complication can be explained. How, exactly? I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. Let me look at the thing again. Minute doses. Both mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound. Anesthetic. No. It has to be the glass. I'm sure the answer is in the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be. Very well. The defense truly intends to assert this claim. Then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume the supposedly poisoned water unscathed?
Yes!
This? Seems the defense, or should I say, the wretched accused, is the only real source of complication in this case. Think harder than that. Damn it! Sorry, Your Excellency. I'll try to find some better supporting evidence. You're making this complication more complicated than it needs to be. Alright, I'll do my best to find an answer that fits the facts. The defense, the wretched accused truly intends to assert this claim. Must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. What explains how the witness was able to consume the supposedly poisonous water unscathed? The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. This must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Then go to France and ask. You could just say that you don't know. So this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. Looks like there's a little left in the bottle, though it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. No, Rinasuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me, Rinasuke, in more ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. Interesting possibility. There's no possible way that that is the explanation. I just thought of something that if that's the actual explanation, I'm kind of going to be actually upset. I'm gonna be genuinely angry if this is the explanation. I only have 2 chances, though. But I also don't want to cheap out and save and then reload it if I'm wrong. So if I'm wrong, twice, we're gonna have to do, like, the last 45 minutes all over again.
Yes!
The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report.
Objection!
That's not a valid explanation. No? After all, we don't speak English. The report is utter gibberish. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency. I'm not trying to ridicule anyone. Honest, just reading Sosoto-san's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. Spooky? What do you mean spooky? Anybody want to... What's spooky? You will direct us to the pertinent section, Counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to this riddle? The practical applications, right? Or special characteristics. Because that talks about the route of entry. We've been hearing a lot about this Curare poison. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's gonna suck if I have to restart the last 45 minutes. I've been hearing a lot about this Curare poison. And it's left me curious about something. Oh, Counsel? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years, to lace the heads of the arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. Get to the point, please. But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters are going to eat? Yes, good point. Okay, so it's something that crossed my mind earlier, but I didn't think about too much. I should have. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, Counsel, no, that would be madness. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. Was that not an actual gunshot wound? Was it a blow dart wound? But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. Like this. When Curare enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. What? Miss Brett, you authored this research. You knew Curare's special characteristics. So... And you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. I guess the poison only affects you if it goes into your bloodstream. Or like if it goes into a wound. I don't know. This is some magical poison that doesn't exist. You meddling little... Oh shit, the swan's alive! The swan is alive! Well, Reinsuke, turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? A lawyer?
Objection!
All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure. What does JFC stand for? So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish? Flaw? as even your brain has managed to deduce, Curea is safe to ingest. Oh, yeah, okay. Seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the... Nick, no. By the acidic nature of the gastric suckers? Oh, yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers, what are they? So if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? And a blow dart would be silent, so no one would hear it. That's right. Good gracious, Jesus. That's basic science. Science even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no? Order! Order in court! Order! The logic holds. The lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected the same way. Are you trying to suggest? Yes, this Curea poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. Are you freaking serious, dude? That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that. Yeah, exactly. Why does the swan move? Why is it alive? Whoa. What is this? Welling up inside me. Oh, he's finally gonna say it. I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. So intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey.
Objection!
There it is. Finally. I don't think so, Mr. Zalebrett. How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why. Even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison, you are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence, as we now know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the Curea? Take that! She really did say that, though. Sorry, Counsel, but the slipshod manner with which you've tossed that evidence before the court does not inspire confidence. Huh? Listen, Reinosuke, there's no need to overthink this. We know that Curea's toxic effects only come to play when the poison enters the body via a wound. And so that can only mean when Dr. Wilson drank his glass of water, he must have had a bad wound somewhere that let the poison in. So, oh my god! You need some evidence that would prove the professor had a wound inside his mouth! Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. Why would Dr. Wilson alone? His dental work! Take that! As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. A fatal difference? I didn't think about that either! She did know. The toxic effects of Curea are... Yeah, because they would have had to reschedule their appointment. They had to reschedule their lunch because of his dental appointment. She knew exactly what he was going there to do. The toxic effects of Curea are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So, for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. Yes, exactly, false tooth. Yeah, those faces are great. But, what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? Inside? Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. Now that you've mentioned it a couple of times, I can't take that face seriously either. So that's it. Use that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly I can't resist. His childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are also puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. She's gonna break it. No! I mean, it could just slip. You bitch. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. No! Listen, what just happened? It's the English woman. She just smashed that bottle. And in the Supreme Court. What a terrible blunder. Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much of the water from that broken bottle as possible. At once. Oh yeah, she can definitely get in trouble for it. She just doesn't care. You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. How could you? You won't get away with this. You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle, or not. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady. That's right, and really, looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So of course the only person who could have shot him from the front, the little schoolboy.
Objection!
What about the glass that was still sitting on the table? No! You killed the victim that day, using Curer. And then, in order to frame Ryunosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor in his chair around. See? You had every opportunity to commit this crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly! And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. This is unbelievable! How could this be happening? We had her! But now, is she really going to get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene! Ryunosuke, yes? We've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. Yeah, exactly. She's wearing a live swan as a hat that she somehow trained to only move when she wants it to. She has an attack swan for a hat. She could have a gun anywhere. What? What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now, they must be in your head. In my head? You told me before that your powers of observation were the only thing you could really depend upon. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that the woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. So think back again now. They just confirmed that it is a real swan on her head. That's not just a funny little thing that they did. That is an actual swan on her head. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. There's blood on the... Is Cosmo right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of the same scene in my head. Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? There's a clue. Actually, Kazuma, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I may have uncovered another clue. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Rina-suki? Come on then, let's wipe the smug smile off that English woman's face with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait. It's been niggling me for a while, but something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. It's here somewhere. A clue that shows who Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been is... Take that! Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes? What is it? He's still miles away, probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day.
Objection!
Wait a minute, where are you going with this? Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate that the steak was served on was a spattering of blood. What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph, and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front, there's no way that blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter, which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor, as you were. Giselle Brett. I beg your pardon?
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous. Fabricated nonsense. Is the court seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing? This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean... Yes, I took the plate, in the interests of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it. You did what? I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating, and he swapped them. And I did it all in the name of justice. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a blood stain on Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it. Now! Inspector! The court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately. Yes, sir. If this first case is 4 hours long, then how long are the other ones? Sorry for the delay. I can't even imagine how long the other ones must be. Because those I'll actually have to be investigating, too. And like finding evidence. Here's what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is the blood on it? Of course there isn't. Quickly, Inspector. The blood, man. Show the court. Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. No blood. No blood anywhere. But, no, that's impossible! I know I saw it. I'm sure of it. He just said that he took the sergeant's steak as well. It was right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate. An unbecoming expression, little boy. God, this swan is gonna... You see, this is why I always say you can't... Wow! Damn! I couldn't agree more in the case of this disgrace to the Empire. I hate this guy. I believe we may finally have reached a conclusion in this trial. Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch, but I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. Ha! This sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest. Plate of steak has been entered into the court record. Was the plate I saw, or thought I saw, just a figment of my imagination? Can't find anything out of place. What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin. The hallmark is from the Hoei era, I believe. No, I don't mean what is it. I mean, what's it doing there? That's how we're gonna prove it's the sergeant's plate. Yeah, she has a swan tied to her head. Actually, I'm not even sure it's tied. I think it's just sitting there, waiting for her to give it the command to kill. But did you say it was a Hoei Kaban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. Imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time today that there's been talk of Hoei Kaban. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I never heard of bullion and bullion. Bullion and bouillon. And I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary, though. This means... Alright. Do I have to... Train snake dog? Oh yeah, there is a ribbon tied around his neck. Skip all of this. Skip all of this. Skip all of this. I think I can actually take this coin. Certainly never expected to find a precious coin underneath this thick cut of meat. It's from the Hoei era, too. That would make it really quite valuable. It's well marinated in the juices as well. Look. What, are you thinking of eating it? No, but the next time I order a steak in an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's going to be racing as I lift up the meat and peer underneath for a prize. I think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this, Rinosuke. A Koban coin underneath the steak. There's only one logical explanation. Okay, so that didn't actually add anything. This is it now. This is it now. I've lost. Rinosuke, it's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward, no matter what. Believe in myself. Really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way. I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? The bloodstain is going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? There's another clue. Your Excellency, please, wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth. The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beef steak. Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination at this trial. Sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense, you will now clearly show the court to what you are alluding. Where precisely on the plate of beefsteak is this new clue to be found? Take that! Oh, got it! He's saying got it now. No, Counsel, I'm afraid that won't do. That was ambiguous at best. You asked him to identify a detail like this too, so knowing there's... What?! Oh, fuck you! It's just right here in front of me. I'm short of it. So there's only one thing to do. Turn the stake over and over until I find something to help me out of this mess. Am I supposed to move it first? You are joking. Really? Now I only have one shot for the rest of this trial. That is bullshit. I'm actually mad about that. It's not very often that this kind of shit pisses me off in Ace Attorney, because it's not very often that this shows up, where you clearly should have been able to get away with it, and the game wants you to do something way too, specific. But when it does, it pisses me off. Good gracious, that's... Koban? What on earth? Hawaii Arrow wanted that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beef steak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat? What a ridiculous question. How should I know? Never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what this is, but I want no part of it. I failed to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat? That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of destruction. Objection! Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen? A rare Hoi Kaban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. This turns out to be irrelevant to the case. I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. It can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency. Yes, Counsel? A rare Hoi Kaban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. This turns out to be irrelevant to the case. I'll give up my lawyer job right now. Objection! By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway. Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it is you who was irrelevant. Even though I'm the one on trial here. The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under that steak. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The owner of the Kaban that was found underneath the beefsteak is... Take that! Obviously, it can only be the antiques dealer and owner of Rasute, Kirio Korekota-san. Is it Mr. Cucumber or something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his Koban coin when it happened. Exactly the moment the gun was fired. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Indeed. The Hoi Era Koban, my prized coin. Then this Hoi Era Koban, do you mean to tell me? No! Please, why would Korakota-san's Koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and its plate? It makes no sense. Which is why I'm asking to bring Korakota-san back to the witness stand, so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. But a moment still. God, please, just let this be over soon. I can't believe you come back around to that pair again. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this Koban, we'll find that it is a key element in the case. I swear, if it says to be continued again, I'm going to scream. Okay. I'm running out of water! What's this all about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize that it's dinner time for little baby Ido? My son's belly is empty. He's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police, we were. Miserable dogs forced to bear false witness. When cast from this courtroom myself, I became a ruined man in a trice. Worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun is set on this Rasute shop owner's existence. Be that as it may, Korakota-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rasute memory serves, have you ever seen this Koban? Oh shit, the knife just stabbed into the guy's foot. Yes, that's it, the very exact one it is. Resplendent, splendiferous, holy treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day. Can't be. As I thought. Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Where is my treasure? Where is it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beefsteak and its plate, soaking in seasoned meat's juices. Sandwiched? Soaking? Seriously? Seriously? I can't do that. Clearly it couldn't have fallen there by accident, which means somebody must have hidden it there, on purpose. Somebody concealed my holy treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate? Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing. Literally everyone knows who it was. Excuse me. Could I say something? Yes, of course. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier on in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Ah, yes, that's right, the secret undercover operation. La Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? Yes, I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work in the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Korakota-san's Koban is all too clear. What? What? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who is the despicable scoundrel that stole Korakota-san's Koban and hid it under the steak? This is when shit starts to get real. When you only have one chance left and there's still... well, who knows how much trial left. Take that! Obviously, it can only be you. Sergeant Iyasunosa. What? How dare you? You monster! Monster? I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me, it was Ido! Ido was the mastermind behind all this. You're accusing your own child of... You would push the blame for your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby! It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. Yeah, that's pretty shitty to do. Oh, it's good. Did the baby just rip his mustache off? Oh my god. Upon Imperial Army, Sergeant Iyasunosa, preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. Well, we caught one guy. Do any of you know the extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe? I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remains in place. I've heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant? The place is heaving with money. This is Ace Attorney, Nick. That's what this is. Every 3 days, I'd go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. Sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable. And your target that day was the old man and his koban? Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. Veritable phantom thief you are. I was all set to leave the steak I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. I'd owe too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could, on the double. Slipped it under the steak, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time. Well, Miss Brett. Oh, of course, dear lady. Of course, how rude of it. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. That's his voice from now on. That's gonna be his voice. That's how sick of this... I don't even know what to call him. This guy's bullshit. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency? Indeed. The theft of the koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It certainly appeared to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Are you joking? Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat, sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it? Well... And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Very well. Now that all questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered, I see no further justification for detaining... No one thinks in this universe. Good luck, everyone. Don't... You can't leave. And good day. Inosuke, what's the matter with you? This is no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just... Something about Miss Britt's parting words there got me thinking. I can't quite word out what exactly, but something she said jarred me. I feel like there's a contradiction in there somewhere. Something that didn't quite add up. If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking. Make your voice heard. Sorry? You can think later. But if you don't call it out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over. I honestly wasn't paying attention to what she said. Wait, Miss Brett! What is it now? I'm afraid, just one last time, there's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Objection!
What new student nonsense is this? Well, what parting words are you talking about, Inosuke? Okay, good, that's going to show me again. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense, it's pure madness. Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. We see the knife and fork in the picture. Gonna need to see evidence, counsel. Miss Brett's words truly are contradictory. Where's the evidence to prove it? Okay, fingers crossed. Take that! The photographic print of the scene taken immediately after the incident occurred. What's interesting is the plate of steak that you can see on the victim's table. The steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed. Yes, go on. Not accurately, Excellency. The steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. Now you're just splitting hairs. Not true. Doesn't something about this steak strike you as very unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. Oh, there's bites taken out of it. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Yeah, a knife and fork don't do this. Only if someone literally just picked it up and chomped on it. That's how we're going to prove it's the sergeant's? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Of course she did. She's a refined Englishwoman herself. Then take a good look at this steak, particularly the edge where it's been eaten. Man bite, eat meat, yum. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. Oh. Ah! Looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks on the steak at all.
Objection!
But where's your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously... Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. I've heard enough. Irritating little spectacled samurai relic. Of course. Dear lady. What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implications these teeth marks on the steak have for her. Yusuke, do you know where you're going with this? Yes. Now at last, it's all come together. The mysterious teeth marks on a steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the blood stain I know I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I accept that these teeth marks on the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency. Everything? Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks on the steak here. Yeah, pretty much. Except the swan is still alive. The beavers that you hunted are not. Amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase. Jesus. How can you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. Hasn't been... What? But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean that the evidence does not exist.
Objection!
This is absurd. The trial's run several hours already. You say there's evidence yet to be brought forward? There can't be. I don't believe you have it. I don't. There's someone who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. Oh! If that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well, I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Yeah, even the game knows it's too long. It possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth about this whole affair. Okay. If I screw this up, then I'm going to record what happens next and post it. Take that! Counsel, I'm disappointed. This is likely your last chance. I would have expected you to be taking it more seriously. You're joking! And that's it. Let's see if it actually did have... First, I'm going to see if there were actual checkpoints. This is the hardest first case I have ever had in these games. Retry from the scene. Oh, yes. Yes, please. Yes. Thank the Capcom gods. Okay, good. I don't have to do anything. Take that! There were only two possible choices. The answer was obvious. Oh, wait. No, I was wrong. I should have thought about that. This is the only guy who could have taken it. What? I haven't? Yes. Because he took both the sergeants and Brett's Dark Souls fucking court. Yeah. No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on this stake with the teeth marks. Yes. Now, early this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak. As well as admitting to stealing Koro-Kota-san's coin, he told us that he slipped it under the steak. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak that you put the coin under, in fact, your own steak? Attention! Affirmative, of course. I may be a soldier in the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal.
Objection!
But that makes no sense. Yeah, in the earlier games, if you lost all your chances, you would have to restart from the last save point. Which, if you weren't quick saving constantly, like I was, would be the very beginning of that day's trial. Which could mean hours of progress lost. In an instant. It was awful. Like, that's why I just kept quick saving every time I could, because, like, that was just... it hurt so bad. That plate was taken from the victim's table. Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of a steak, nor does she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. Even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. Well then, how do you explain this paradox? Exactly! Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two stakes over. No, idiot. You did switch the plates? Oh, he did! What happened to the, When I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my stake and hid the coin underneath it. But then when this waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I'd had it. He decided to investigate my slab of meat. That'd be it, beginning my marching orders. Okay, so for once, Ouchie was not an idiot, turns out. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. Let me be clear that I'm literally only calling him an idiot because it's Ouchie. It's literally just because it's him. I played Subnautica and it was gorgeous. Yeah, Subnautica is a gorgeous game. With military precision and timing, I switched my stake with the one on the foreign lady's table. And, not to mention, it's terrifying. What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done. Unbelievable! However, fear not, Prosecutor-san. What now? I swear on the brass buttons on my uniform. That is all I did, sir. All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant!
Yes!
So, Sergeant knows to switch the plates over. It means he took Miss Brett's steak, and the plate it was on, back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes. Early in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. That to preserve evidence, you had taken both. Now she's freaking out. That's correct. And please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot.
Shut up!
What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat? It can't have the slightest bearing on this case.
Objection!
No, you're not wriggling your way out of it this time, lady. I beg your pardon. Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why the steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you, no? You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see that plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Thinks he remembers. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear spattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beef steak and the plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, please. Yes, sir. Sorry for keeping you. And there's the blood. Here's the other steak and its plate. Please, feel free to examine it. The blood stain. It's clearly visible. Look! Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim. It can't be! In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. That's right. Miss Jezebel Brett. It's you! I said her name wrong, but it doesn't matter. That's it. Go batshit crazy. Outdone. Damn! I'm not saying that. Is she gonna... Where are all the chicks coming from? What the hell? What? Okay, that's one of the weirder ones I've seen. I'm gonna admit that. The little swan babies are everywhere. Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure. Actually, your swan did, but... most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. We're never going to see her eyes. It was I who took the professor's life using Curare. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. Yeah, it is tied down. We got concrete evidence that it was tied down. You were right. I figured you were right, but now that we know for sure, that was just great. I'm glad they did that. So you planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water. Because Curer is unheard of here in Japan. Yes. Yeah. She has the poor thing tied to her head. It kicked her ass, too. It absolutely whooped her. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water and it would all be over. You've had babies during court, Nick? I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However... Sorry. Oh, it had babies during court. Yeah, it just started popping them out, didn't it? Before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point, so I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment. A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I happened to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of Curer in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Surprise! So I was right. There were 2 guns. Yes. And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Placed where you were sure that I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I'd intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, I kinda did too, Nick. I wanted the swan to be the gun. That's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Or like, you know those heel guns? That heel gun, I think, that was in one of the James Bond movies? I didn't actually watch it, but I do know that that's a thing. Even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. Took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor in his chair around. Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he'd picked up the gun. It's finally over. I love this game, but geez, this was a long case. So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. That is a felony. Not a misdemeanor. And you should know better than that as a English gentlewoman. Yeah, right? If you trained a swan, training a swan to kill someone is perfectly Ace Attorney. Your Excellency. Like, that is one of the most Ace Attorney things I've ever heard in my life. Other than calling a parrot to the stand. Which happens twice. Yes? You also, apparently call a whale to testify. I wonder, might I speak with you in private later? I shall call on you. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san. we're never going to see her eyes then? Her disappearing just meant that she was walking away. That has never changed in Ace Attorney for some reason. It would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement. This can't be. Takatsuchi an ouchie does not lose. Not to the likes of this rookie student. Better start getting used to tough opposition. Minasuke Naruhodo! What? Yes? This insult to the Ouchi family name will never be forgotten. No, it won't. You've become conceited with age, Counsel, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. Just fading. Yeah, they just sort of disappear. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. There's always something with the Payne's hair that happens. It's always happens. 1,000 millennia may pass. Still, the Ouchi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. I mean, he's not wrong. Like I said, the Ouchi family turns into the Payne family, and not a single Payne has managed to beat Phoenix Wright. He fights 2 of them. And we were just solving the murder. Yeah, exactly. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan. We were just solving the murder. This wasn't personal. I made it personal because I hate that guy, but it was personal long before that. Will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, Yu Ryunosuke Naruhodo presented an excellent case. Thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. The Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits. But what will it look like? I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asogi. Yes. After this trial, I was set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Yeah, this has gone on for 5 hours. Almost 5 hours. And like I said, usually the first cases are an hour, maybe 2. That's why I thought I would be done with this by 9, when I started this at 7. When all you can, absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. Not to mention, the games after this have much shorter first cases. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Ah, never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Oh, yes? In you, I sense... how can I put it? Unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. It's almost actually done now. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, not guilty. This court is now adjourned. Yeah, for these games, it never feels like it's been as long as it has. 22nd of November, 2:46 p.m., Supreme Court of Judicature, Defendant's Antechamber 5. Can't believe it. Can't believe what's happened. I made it! I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial! Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Yeah. I mean, I definitely feel it in my throat, after doing all those voices for for almost 5 hours. But, like, mentally, I'm like, wow, like, it kind of felt like it took a long time, but, like, yeah, it doesn't feel like it was 5 hours. It feels like maybe it was 2. You finally pulled it off. Congratulations. YouTube has emojis? Oh yeah, they do. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. What it shows up as on my PlayStation's pop-up chat is just : takeout : Here, I'm gonna type it in the chat. This is what it shows up as for me. Oh, no, it automatically fixed it. Okay, so I'm gonna put spaces where there are no spaces. Yeah, that's what it looks like on the PlayStation. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street. Don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Yeah, and now it did the same thing, but with sanitizer instead. Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence. Ah, our trusty judicial assistant. I worked hard for that result too, you know. Oh no, I didn't do anything. Thank you so much! Oh my god, so much! YT, oops, buffering, stay home, do the 5, elbow bump, good vibes, thanks doc, video call, virtual hug, you got this, sanitizer. That's all it showed, and then the rest was cut off. If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out. Your kind words should really be from my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Chill, W-Cat. Your father? Yes, of course. I mean, I can see it on my phone, but, like, I'm just reading out what it says. Forgive me for intruding our court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Speaking of Mikotoba... Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you. After all, your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson. Exactly. And those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together? Never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Sogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country that leads the world. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, of course in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all that I can. I swear on this. I swear on this, the spirit of the Osogi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. Japanese man's katana is a soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. It cuts down anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, what's happened to the woman? To Giselle Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Ah, yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but did she walk? What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit, after all. She will be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai. What? Shanghai? Giselle Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that. What? Why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Inspector Hosonaga! It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. Must congratulate. But what's this all but what's all this about consular jurisdiction? Sharp enough to cut through air to cut hair, exactly. That's how sharp his sword is. Cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her. But then who? Who's going to bring her to justice? A British consular court will hear her case. Somewhere far away where her voices can't be heard. But why a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed the Friendship Treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke a consular court just like that. Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid that for the young student, today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her. I don't believe it. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil. It's a new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming. We're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. Bold to the shit? Exactly. Exactly, Nick. But Professor... You're right. This is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, might I suggest La Carnival? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. You're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about details for now. Not to mention you keep coughing up blood. I would rather my server not cough up blood. To La Carnival. Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course. La Carnival's food is second to none. I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release. Oh, yes, thank you. That's not fair. She needs to be taken with us. So Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Oh, I'm sure it'll come back up sometime. Kazuma. Yes, Ryunosuke? Just wanted to say thanks again. That's all. You really saved my skin today. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? The defense was all your own work. Your skills made the difference, though. One day I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. But, come on, be serious. I helped you today. It was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh, no, not me. All that tense verbal combat? I never want to go through that ever again. I did what you told me to do. That's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean, that's the point? Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Trust in his client? Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. To believe? To believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in, and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you chose to believe in, even then, well, that's not something anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Just look at today's trial. I am a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me. Well, you faced seemingly hopeless situations time and again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me. And because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. It sounds serious. What is... Ah, you're still here, are you? Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Is he gonna give me his sword? Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Our first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain. Don't forget. Ah, yes, that too. Yeah, he's gonna be murdered. He's gonna be the next victim. So my very first trial came to an end. After 5 hours! Kazuma, Professor Mikotoba, Susato-san, who acted as my assistant, Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. It was because of the help and support of all of these people that I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. And that's the end of the first case of the Great Ace Attorney. Yes, save my current progress, please. Jeez. It's midnight. It's been 5 hours. Adventure of the Unbreakable Speckled Band. The only thing I'm going to watch here is the opening cutscene, and then I'm going to end it. So that we have something to look forward to for the next live stream. Oh wait, yeah, that's something I need to ask you guys. Do you guys want me to keep doing this in a live stream form, or do you want me to record it and then upload
Sholmes and I waited with bated breath.
Oh yeah, Sholmes.
In time, there came from the ventilator a hiss and a soft, almost growl-like sound. Suddenly, Sholmes sprang into action, lashing furiously with his cane at a point in the darkness. "You see it, Wilson?" he yelled, his tense voice reverberating through the air. I raised my dark lantern shutter, and the room slowly came into view. Sholmes was staring intently at one particular corner when he started whispering to me. The victim's most perplexing final words. The speckled band. I believe this is the terrible coil to which you referred, Wilson. In front of us was an enormous adder, its fangs bared as it threatened to strike. It truly was the most terrible speckled band I had ever seen.
That's it? January 6:37 a.m. on board the steamship Buria? Oh, here, there's more.
So then, let us unravel this mystery.
Yeah, this is Herlock Sholmes.
This curious murder. Pray, do excuse me. The cabin door was bolted from the inside when the man was killed.
Oh shit, a locked door
No
murder.
marks to
Okay.
suggest the bolt was tampered with in any way. So, this would appear to be a locked room mystery. In his final moments, the victim scrawled a message on the floor. Almost certainly with the ink from this upset bottle. A Russian word. So, the victim was a Russian man then. And the letters are well formed, suggesting he was compos mentis at the time.
Sound
This is
divine?
a most extraordinary script. And evidently not penned by the same hand as this message. In fact, I deduce it was written by someone of a different nationality. This paper seal was placed just prior to the incident, by the victim himself, I would venture. Well, what have we here?
Who are you, and what do you think you're doing here?
No one must touch before maritime police come. We must wait.
That won't be necessary. You see, in less than 5 seconds from now, I will reveal the killer to you.
What? Don't be upset.
Why is she there?
This is murder, and in cabin locked from inside.
Ah yes, the locked room. But that mystery is paper thin.
You don't mean the culprit is in there?
Who are you, and where have you come from?
I'm a great British consultant detective, the only one in the world. Sherlock Holmes. I presume you must have heard of me.
Ugh, my head is throbbing. What's going on? Something's not right here. There's trouble in the air. Wait, I can't move. Are you joking? I better not be... Why am I in handcuffs? So, you wake up now, hmm? We had to drag you out of the wardrobe. I do not believe how you could not wake up. A true cold-blooded man. You... you found me then. We found you. And now you pay, criminal. How long are you hiding in the tiny wardrobe, hmm? Sorry. Now you have been found. It is time to admit your crimes. Unless you want to find out how cold the ocean is. No, I'll tell you everything. There's only one thing I'd like to know from you. Isn't that... Oh. Why did you do it? Why did you take his life? Miss Susato? Susato? Wait, what did you just say? Take his life? Where is he? Where's Kazuma? Yep. Kazuma's the victim. Ha! You pretend you do not know? You are a wolf in a sheep's pelt. You are the killer. Do not try to make excuses. What? Kazuma-sama's body was discovered not long ago. Here, in this very cabin. It was bolted shut from the inside. His body? Please, do not try to tell us you are doing this terrible thing in your sleep. Kazuma's dead? But he can't be. His handcuffs. Surely you don't think I have to know. Why did you take Kazuma-sama's life? Answer me, please! No. This is gonna irritate me if we're actually the one that is being accused of this crime. Kazuma, it was just 2 short weeks ago. I literally just got done proving my innocence of another murder, and now we're about to have to defend ourselves again. Are you sure about this? Won't we get in trouble? Don't you find it fun being a stowaway? Besides, how else could you come to England with me to study? It's really something else when they brought your luggage in here earlier, though. The way that Russian crewman just tossed your traveling case onto the floor. I thought I was going to die. He stuffed you in his suitcase? Yes, I still can't quite believe that. I really didn't think you'd be able to fit inside my trunk. You must be even less of a man than you look. Hey! Honestly, I thought I'd broken every bone in my body. What's with this game? Well, it's about 50 days until we dock in Great Britain. Honestly, this is the only one where I've had to defend myself more than once. Oh, and killing your original partners? Yeah, that does happen a lot, doesn't it? Your mentors. If you confine yourself to my cabin here, I don't expect anyone will discover you. There's no possible way that we did it. I hope not. Get the feeling those Russians wouldn't be very forgiving of a stowaway. They're a sturdy bunch, that's for sure. What I want to know is, why do we need to keep it a secret from the young lady? From our faithful judicial assistant Mikotoba, you mean? From your close friend, more to the point. Surely we could confide in her, couldn't we? I don't believe she'd give me away. No, but if she knew what we'd done, that would make her guilty by association. It's best that only you and I know about this. Convenient. I suppose so. Anyway, it's about the time that the steward is supposed to come and clean the cabin. I know it's cramped, but you'd better get in there, I think. It won't be for long. And anyway, compared to hiding inside my traveling case, it'll be a breeze. Yes, but what if the steward decides to open the wardrobe for some reason? Then I'll be in for it. Stop worrying. I'll tell you what. Why don't you write "keep out" or something on this piece of paper? What? Then I can stick it over the wardrobe doors once you're inside. I don't know. You've only been at sea for about 15 days. How can this have happened? You were supposed to be going on this adventure to England. Yeah, it is possible that it was one of the sailors. It sounds like it might have been the steward, though. We'll leave you at next port. Stay quiet until then. Don't make more trouble for yourself. Murderer. No, I'm not a murderer. Da, you said before. You said you admit everything about your crimes. No, that's not right. I mean, yes, I did stow away on the ship, but murdering my best friend? No one else could have done it. Admit the truth. I see something that contradicts his statement just now. You see that vent up in the top left? It's Sato-san. Please, tell me what happened. I need to know. Very well. But there is something I would like to ask you of you too. Those eyes. She looks like she's ready to destroy me. This nightmare is getting worse by the minute. I suppose all we can do is try to find out what really happened. Okay. We are gonna save and quit there. Because this has gone on for 5 hours and 13 minutes. And I would rather not get sucked up into this case already. So, Qasim is dead. Shocker. I literally just saved them. And it was a locked room murder, and I guess we were the only ones in the room at the time. Oh! It shows the murder scene of whichever chapter you're on. Okay, anyway. You guys seem to be pretty enthusiastic about me doing this in a live stream again. So, I will absolutely do that. The next live stream, we will have to investigate the crime ourselves and gather evidence before we go to trial. So, depending on how long that takes, it'll probably be a live stream of just the investigation. But if that doesn't go as long, then we can do part of the trial as well. Another 5 hours, yay. Yeah, hopefully this next case doesn't take that long. Because, God, that... 5 hours for one case. For the first case, even. Like, I can't even... I think, like, later cases can reach that long, but never the first case. Anyway, like I said, I'm going to leave it off there. Thank you so much for watching. This went on so much longer than I thought it would. But, thank you, Nick. I'm glad it was worth it. I think it was worth it, too. It was nice being able to just start a case and end it in one shot. Anyway, I'm hoping to upload some more of a Plague Tale as well, because that's another game that's really, really interesting. It's a completely different style from this, obviously, but yeah. I'm gonna leave this off here, and in the next live stream I do, which will probably be on Friday if I'm going to be honest. Oh wait, no, maybe not Friday. I don't know, we'll see. The next live stream, we will start our investigation into Kazuma's death. Until then, see you next time. Bye bye. Bye everyone.